Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Well, today obviously we're going to be, well, doing this. We're going to be finishing, or at least attempting to finish, Eagles and Rivals Hymne de l'Ogre, game about linear warfare. Last time on Dragon Ball Eagle, we went on a very long tangent about combat. So today is effectively trying to get that done. We've effectively got down to here, the cavalry formations. My main thing I want to do today is try to get literally everything else done. It says like, oh, we only have like 18, 20 pages to do. We have a lot more than 20 pages. It's not... Let's this is just not going to be fun. This is just not going to be fun for anybody involved. So that's the best part. So have fun, everybody. Get ready. Get ready for things. As for the wonderful world of TRPG drama, it's just been kind of a shit show. It's been kind of just a shit show recently. Apparently it was the Shadow Dark RPG that's been having some drama go on. There's been drama of people being shitty at each other. It's the usual. And as you know, I'm always the most trustworthy source for you, as you can tell by me cracking a cold one with the boys. I got a tall boy today, because it was cheap, and I'm like, this sounds good, and I got a really expensive beer, and I got a really cheap beer, because I like to balance out things. That's how that works, right? So, let's get to it. We need to do artillery. Screen. Let's see. Roar of guns. The roar of guns, the deafening. Is essential to modern warfare. A terrible, majestic sight to behold. An artillery battery is composed of a number of cannons that can rain down on advancing infantry and cavalry. Artillery. With increased range. But with increased range and firepower, there comes some noticeable downsides, namely mobility. In artillery battery artillery batteries limited by a number of factors, namely their quickly reposition, namely by their the exterior equipment. Where are the men? Yeah, we have to do this. We're gonna bring this down here. Nope. Namely, their inability to quickly reposition. Artillery battery. We're going up this, which is unit type. Maneuver. Stamina. They're going to have universally terrible fucking stamina. They're going to artillery battery, rocket battery, mortar battery. 1 1 1 1 1 1. They literally just all have ones. Actually, with a rocket battery, they're going to have 0. Artillery is going to have 1. Mortars are going to have 1. Actually, they're going to... I'm saying the rocket battery have 0. Actually, Artillery battery, and artillery battery. Maneuver 1, stamina 1. The lack of maneuver. This maneuverability, actually. We do something along the lines of this. That means they can't move very quickly. Actually, this lack of mobility forces the artillery to position themselves correctly. But they are allowed to limber. Actually, do I even? You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to completely get rid of this. Artillery have a maneuver value of 0, being able to only readjust themselves. Being able to value of 0. Being able to only readjust themselves in the field to get the ideal shot. If an artillery battery is forced to needs needs to move, if an artillery battery needs to move, they must limber. They must limber up. Limbering up has the battery attach themselves to a set of horses. To move to set of horses, increasing their mobility to 2. However, during this state, the artillery cannot fire. They cannot retaliate, and are exposed to combat, or exposed to attacks. Hello, Kalukale. Is today Eagles and Rifles going to get finished? Hopefully, I'm hoping that it is today. And question, in one of Mr. Welch's video, he talked about the 5 pillars in RPGs. Didn't elaborate on the other 2. But this is what I've been pieced together: combat, exploration, crawling, investigating, survival, social. What concern be the 5th pillar? Should be dice rolling. It should be one about can't have 5e and low. It was the one about how it couldn't leave 5e lonely and wanted to fix it. Generally speaking, when people talk about the 3 pillars, it's you want to give this to Osprey. Yes, I have to send the thing out, but I need to actually contact somebody. That's the beautiful thing. The big thing with the 3 pillars is usually you have combat, exploration, and social. Those are like the main things that are going on. That's what people usually call when they say those are the 3 pillars. And generally speaking, that is the 3 pillars. I would say you could add in, like, if you want to be more like specific about things, you could add in investigation, like as you say, like investigation being kind of its own unique thing. And then you could also probably put in something along the idea of, how do I want to word this properly? Not necessarily survival, that kind of goes into exploration, but more along the idea of management. That makes sense. It's the idea of you need to manage your resources. You need to manage something going on here. I don't watch Mr. Welch, so he may have gone over that. He may not have, but there you go. Yes, this will be PDF probably relatively quickly. If only just because I need to do it, but it also takes some time, so I just want to kind of do this. So, maneuver value 0. Over during this state, the artillery cannot fire, they cannot retaliate, and are exposed to attacks. Okay, so let's see. Forward position rather than being composed. Rather than being composed. Soldiers, individual soldier, each artillery battery has a set of cannons that require different numbers soldiers to operate, making them vulnerable to being engaged. Depending on the shot, the amount of damage can be rapidly. The damage and intensity can be rapidly increased. However, regardless of the type, it does require in order to successfully reload. Meaning that a artillery battery can only fire once every other round. Once every other round. However, these are all cannons, which every cannon. However, these are each of the guns firing at once. Each of the guns firing at once, with each gun contributing plus one steps to the intensity of the attack. Okay, so let's see. Okay. The entire concept of artillery and a center you get about 16th. That. The entire concept behind artillery is that they are a giant brick shithouse that can be controlled, that are difficult to control at the best of times. One step in the intensity of the attack, the battery. The battery commander will always look for signals from the commandants. Always look for signals from the commandants before opening fire, unless orders have been given. Gameplay terms, the commanders have full control. Commanders are allowed to use their artillery units to the best of their abilities, rather than having them quote AI control. So in kind of like the idea here is like they're waiting for you to make a call. And by that, it's less like, oh, well, I'm going to sit here and do nothing until you like make an action. No, it's like when it's the artillery's turn, you the actual, like the 3-4 players sitting around the table are like, we need the artillery to fire on this position. We need to mulch these guys. We need everybody in this unit over here must die. It's like, okay, this is perfectly logical. Like everyone just has to die in this current little space. Like, all right, cool. We got a co-host. Let me just bring up my wrong co-host. There we go. Good afternoon. Just got news that my character is currently a tree, and my cat is missing. Oh, I spent a session where I couldn't show up. Yeah, you know what? It happens. Sometimes people get turned into trees. Sometimes they lose their cats. It is what it is. Okay, we've got what artillery is kind of all about. Not the most ideal way, but it's functional. Which is leading to combat situations. I feel that I need to change this because Combat situations, what needs to stay in here? So what we're going to do is we're going to keep ambushing in here. I think ambushing is fine. Fire, overwhelming numbers. Okay, you know what? We're going to put in a section. Actually, we're going to put in a section called rank and flank. Rank and flank. Commandant, during the battle, the unit may come under fire from multiple directions. This is disconcerting. This is disconcerting at the best of time. Disconcerting at the best of times and crippling if a shot comes in, if a volley hits the back row without proper when crippling if the volley hits the backs of their allies during combat, finding the ideal way to position, flank, and destroy the enemy. Destroy their enemies will be the key to victory. Even small flanks can make all the difference. Okay, we do this, we put you here. Hello, rank and flank. So we're going to put the idea of the side flank up here. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to paint.net real fast. Hello, paint.net. We're going to make let's say we're going to make a 10 by 6. We're going to make a 10 by 6. We're going to do this. We're going to render out a not random fucking maze. We need a hexagonal grid maker because we're technically dealing with hexes. I'm gonna bump up the brush width to 15. Now we're gonna 5. Okay, so if we do something along the lines of how do I want to do this? Unless I just state it. If I just state it, it could work. I might need to like represent this like on the table in some. Why Tiger Ball? Hi, by the way. Le Eben Bestidons. Tiger Ball is my co-host. It's Manly. I don't know what you're talking about. Manly is my co-host. Okay. Each space, because if we want to keep the idea of spaces, okay. Each space is a. Do we do the battlefield, then we go on to flanking? Oh, that's. La da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da dee do. Or do we change what they look like entirely? Because we just don't make them hexes. We don't make a space a hex anymore. What do we change it to? What the fuck does... fix the economy thing? The economy was in shambles. You don't understand. Note coin was worthless. We want to do fire and maneuver. Fire and maneuver game. Give me fire and maneuver game map. Fucking... Why do they never show the fucking map? Just show me the map. That's all I want for Christmas. Just show me the map. Okay, let's elaborate. Note coin. Note coin is the premium currency of Notepad. As you can see, you gain Notepad and the note coin in the corner. Everyone had like hundreds of thousands of note coins, so I killed it. I'm literally opening up fucking fire and maneuver, by the way. I am literally opening it up. It's open right now. It's loading as we speak. I just need a picture of the fucking map. That's all I need. And it won't give me a picture of the fucking map. Okay, come on. Come on. That's great. Let's do a quick match. Training. We want to go to training. Confirm with the French. Ready. Start game. Confirm. You need to go to the print screen button. And then we need exit out of here. Yes, we do. I literally opened it up and immediately closed it. This is the print screen button. This is what the size of the hex is. Is that a hexagon? That's a fucking hexagon. Christ almighty, they're using hexagon. Do we move to hexagon? Oh, I mean octagon, I mean. Hello, Manly. It's suffering hours. We're back to the map when it comes to flanking. No, I'd never watched the Jack Black YouTube poop. I never liked YouTube poops. I thought they were all really stupid. Most of them were just like, ha, look at it, it's funny. I'm like, wow, this is kind of dumb. Yeah, this is the grid type. No. Goddamn. If we go under the idea of we need to like build an octagon and like this is what every space is in fact just an octagon. Because this is one way of doing it. We move to this because what we can do here is effectively turn every single unit into a square, roughly. That's effectively what the idea is. Every unit is a square or a rectangle, and regardless of what you do, you will always be having a facing on one of these sides. When you enter a hex, you'll either do something like this, this, or this. You will always be facing a side of some variety. Hexagons, on the other hand, Hexagons are a little bit more complicated. They move a lot nicer, but maybe don't have the same. Because you can't as easily do that. You can't as easily have a good way of doing this. You can do this, or that. I guess you can do that. A little bit jankier. But then you get situations like this. Because like the oddity with this is you can only move into points where it's flat, so you need to be facing points that are flat. So it looked like this more than anything. And like you would have to go along the points maybe? But then that's still janky because that's not... Yeah, I guess you would have to go along the points. So do you want to go along the flat edges or do you want to go along the points of it? Neither of which are ideal. Yeah, because then you get shit like this. So pretty much everything would have to be along the points rather than that. Rather than it just being flat. This wouldn't be possible because you're not along the points. So I guess do we move to just like purely octagon maps? Like octagon spaces? That's an option. Or we can... Have no fear, buddy. It's the heptagon. Oh boy, it's heptagon hours. Woo! I love heptagons. Alternatively, we go with squares. Squares are always an option. But then with squares, it would literally, you effectively would have two options every time you enter the field. You want to be straight or you want to be on your side. So it'd be like, boom, boom. You'd have two options effectively. What's a heptagon? 7 sides. No, heptagons. Go on flat. So I guess we're going to have to go for octagons. Of Guard Tiger. I said something slightly wrong, and everyone's having an autistic meltdown. You know, basic day. It do be that way sometimes. Like, this is... Why don't we use octagonal maps instead of hexagonal? Like, this would be XHTML. Like, this is the hex fucking maker. This is the hex map. Because I guess you would have to use something like this. So this is what you would effectively be using. Oh, God. Because in an ideal, beautiful world of ours, if we do 12 by 8, and we do something like, where's our octagon? So we bring our octagon out. And then we would do something more if we put it like along the side here. I guess that would lead to a bigger issue where you can't really have side movements. You can't have side movements because, like, how do you fit like it in here then? Unless you just don't, and there's just like weird spaces like this. This is why I was thinking about changing this. Because positioning is so important in this game. That's the issue. Sixagons? Use the HOM3 battle map. Let's you mean so that would be if we're looking at this, these would be, so they would just be these. Because the issue here, if I'm looking at this right, the issue here that if I bring this up, because let's bring this up, and I'm looking at this from top down. I want to bring my men to bear. I've entered a tile. I want to face each of the points that I can leave out of. Facing, that's still, yeah, I guess you would have to go along the points then, but even just facing forward would be an impossibility. That's kind of the issue. Because I have to look at it like they're going to be on a map of some variety, like they're going to be looking down on it rather than kind of from the side angle. Because this is the issue here, is that this is like a side angle. Stop. Play the game from side to side, not top to bottom. Why make it top to bottom? Because that's what 95% of fucking maps are like. There's no side angle. You just rotate the hexagon 90 degrees. Yeah. Because if we look here, if I make a map, so if I'm gonna hit this, we do this. We do render. Where's my hexagon map? Hexagonal grid. It would be center, if I recall correctly. So we'd be looking at things from center perspective, horizontal scale. Let's do 125, width of 5. Which we have our soldiers come in. We've joined the fray. Like this. That still seems weird. Unless I do something. Unless I put it on its side. That's again, I can do that. Let me bring up my render tools, hexagonal grid. We do things from left perspective. Do things from left, that puts it on its side. I do this, I bring in a troop. Troops can face directly north, they can face directly like this along the points, I guess, at this point, because that means they can still, so it's effectively, if we do it like this manner, we would have to be facing along the point, and then from there you can advance in certain directions. You can pretty much advance like this. Okay. All right. Let's play the game from side to side, not top to bottom. Manly, Manly, why are you speaking? Why are you speaking in such, cryptic inches like pee? Inches like pie. What the fuck are you on about? Because if we do it like this, we'll be able to move a little bit more efficiently. So if we do it like this, rather than the points facing up, we're going to be doing the points facing side, so then we can move a little bit more actively in. Because what we need to do is we need to represent getting flanked. So if the enemy is moving in from this direction and does something like this, they have a side. If we get fired upon from either of these two sides, so I'm just going to mark them in red so we know who they are. If we get fired upon in anything like this, we're getting side flanked. Like, that's bad. That's really bad for us. We're not having a good time. You know, like one side of our formation is taking like direct crippling damage. However, if I'm going to represent this with orange, if we take a side attack from the back, that's a rear flank. So we just need to represent this with a something like this. There we go. Poo-poo. Just use inches. I literally went through a fucking nightmare determining whether I want inches or sides. I had an emotional fucking breakdown. I kept asking. I kept debating. I kept thinking. I asked you people repeatedly, and you all just didn't do jack fucking shit. I even asked, and you're like, nah, it doesn't matter. Nah, it doesn't matter. I decided on fucking spaces because I need to use this for the fucking distances. Half the bullets will go whoosh pat. He kept thinking. Yes! I sent a link about hex maps in the disco. Fuck hex gods who beat Triolates Chad. No! Here's the thing, Manly. This is the thing about side flanking. It's not necessarily that, oh no, there are people shooting at us like that. That's not the point. As you can kind of see the situation here, these two are technically kind of shooting into. It's the morale issue. There are people on our side shooting at us that we are not facing. There are people on our side shooting at us that we are not facing. That's kind of more of the issue when it comes to flanking. I have a feeling, Manly, that you're getting slightly agitated with this. Like, Manly, I don't know what the matter is. Okay, so at least the Legend of the Galactic Heroes RPG isn't there yet. Soon, TM. Okay, we do this. We make it nice and small. We actually need to add a. Nope, we need. Doesn't look ideal, but we can make it work. I would need to make it prettier eventually, but in its current state. Welcome to Hexagrapher, everybody. Yeah, for a very long time I was debating on making it an inch game. Making it inches, making it, kind of debating it in that front. But I kept going back and forth on it, and I eventually had, I have to make a call to let this get anywhere. because there really wasn't a right answer. I think that was my main issue, if you want me to be perfectly honest with you, is that I couldn't find an ideal answer to it, and everybody was giving me different opinions. And there was somebody who, when I did ask for kind of like opinions on the matter, most of the time was like, oh, why aren't you making it a phase game? Like, you don't need a map at all. Why do you have a map? Or people legitimately wondering what I was doing, even though I would explain it. And they're like, I don't get this. Tile and hexagon game. You know, probably making an inch game would be slightly, or go full on tile. Again, there really isn't a good way of doing it, because like in a full on like war game sense, if we want to be like a if we want to be a little bit persnickety about things, let's be persnickety. The entire idea would be something more along the idea of, if you are advancing along, let's say this is our unit, you would be having to move in any direction of your choice, as long as you can like justify the movement. And then I would need to put in a rule of some kind of like, you can kind of rotate different directions. I was kind of having this situation with Project Sidewinder, actually, because I kept having to ask myself an important question, and that's can I reasonably expect people to know what a 45-degree angle is? And the answer is no. I cannot reasonably expect people to know what a 45-degree angle is. So it was like I had to make everything like 90 degrees, because that's really easy to understand. This is a compromise between war games and RPGs, because people kind of know what a hex grid is. People know what that is. That's kind of the way we're going to have to go down this I've made my bed kind of thing. In theory, if I want to be like in technicality, who the fuck doesn't know 45-degree angles? Could you eyeball a 45-degree angle? Just eyeball it real fast and make sure that it's there. I asked this question on Blue server, and there was a lot of people that said no. Yeah, I couldn't eyeball a 45-degree angle very well. And I'm like, that is reasonable, actually. That's very reasonable to be like, yeah, you can't eyeball that, especially when things are already tilted in different directions. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna I don't want people to bring out a fucking protractor either. That's kind of the idea. Flanking is annoying. Hell, yeah. So for this one, it's a method to get this done. That's all you need. That's all I need, and I'm sticking with it. It's also going to make ranges on weapons a lot easier, because it's all hexes. It's all just hex sizes. That's all it is. So, rank and flank. Each unit has a facing. Each unit has a facing in one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In one of the 6 directions on the space. While facing that direction, they are able to move in any of the spaces to their front. On their they are able to move in any of the any frontal direction, so they'd be able to move into any of these 3 tiles effectively for their movement. Actually, no. Well, units facing in 1 to 6 directions of space. Fuck. No. while facing that direction, they are able to shoot directly forward. They're able to shoot directly forward. They're able to shoot directly forward, allowing the forcing the commandant. If the unit or enemy formation or enemy formations were to enter a flank, the threat begins. The sense of danger to their attacks begin to mount. In the example to the right, the red formations are in a side flank, while the orange formation is in a rear flank. Well, it is in the rear flank. So sense of danger. The unit is flanking an enemy on its side. While not immediately deadly, the fear of the unknown cripples the enemy's resolve. Increase cohesion damage. Add +5 cohesion damage to every attack, regardless of casualties. Yeah, so it's like side flanks aren't actually super deadly. It's not like, oh, I'm going to be losing a lot of men necessarily. It's, oh fuck, I'm being flanked. There are enemies on my side, and they're going to try to kill me. Which goes into the rear flanking. Because if we want this, rear flank is flanking the enemy on its rear. If the enemy is flanking an enemy on its rear, allowing a full barrage of fire on their backs. Increase the intensity of damage by one step. Increase the intensity by 1 step. And add +10 cohesion damage to the to the cohesion damage to the attack. Actually, boss. Yeah, we do something like this. So it's kind of the idea like, oh no, something is very bad. Add in if the unit is ever completely cut off with no chance of retreat. Unit is ever completely cut off with no chance of retreat. The fear will be overwhelming in the face of annihilation. while surrounded on all sides, the unit takes in a reduces cohesion by 10 at the end of the round. Cohesion by 10 at the end of the round. Should the unit shatter, they surrender their arms, and are taken prisoner. Hopefully. Yeah. So if you're completely fucking surrounded, you're gonna start losing hope just immediately. You've been outflanked, you are cut off, you are not doing good. You need to retreat, you need to run, you need to get out of there. So it's mostly a game of trying to maneuver it, put yourself in a position where you can gradually avoid the problem. Ow, high respects, that hurts. Facing, baby, yeah. By the way, I never asked, what do you think of Black Flag's weird class is gonna do? Well, here's what I think about the current current playtest and the current what I've been seeing about Black Flag. You know, let's look at Black Flag, everybody. Let's Black Flag playtest. Playtest packet is out. I believe this is just the one we already kind of saw. Where's the most recent one? We have the most. No, we just have a lineage and the other one, School of Evocation. Yay, Evocation. They brought out things such as like let me see if I can't find Black Flag. People were talking about the Black Flag with like, oh, here's the Verd classes and shit like that. Let me see if I can bring it up real fast. People were talking a lot, so I want to make sure. Playtest packet 2, mid-March release. Change the playtest packet 1. Spellcasting rule for 4 circles of magic. Arcane, Divine, Primordial, and Verd. Preview of our current sacred list. Updated list of spells you know and love from the SRD. The first 8 levels of the fighter class. The first level of the wizard base class. Fail forward luck mechanic to replace inspiration. Yeah, it's fun fact. Luck is going to be. I will say this. Luck is going to be turned into pretty much just inspiration of what 1D&D was putting down inspiration as. That's all it's going to be with a different name. The idea of the spellcasting rules being like, oh, there's 4 circles of magic: arcane, divine, primordial, and weird. My guess is arcane is going to be for wizards, divine is going to be for clerics, primal is going to be mostly for druids. Primordial, sorry, and Verd is going to be shit for like warlocks. That'll be my guess. With the idea being that it's different, but we want to give different spells to different classes instead of giving everybody like the arcane fucking, spell list, or everyone gets the divine spell list. That'll be my guess. I still need to see I still need to see what they want to do with that. I have very little faith. If the unit is actually no, we want to do what we can do. Numbers and guns. if during the battle the unit is under fire from another enemy from a enemy formation with double or double, triple or quadruple their numbers, then they will increase the intensity of the damage against them. Let's see. If during the battle, if a unit is firing upon an enemy formation, I capitalize in enemy formation. The unit is firing upon an enemy formation with half, a third, or a fourth of their numbers. Then they will increase the intensity of their attacks by 1, 2, or 3 full steps. 3 full steps. The more guns being brought to bear will be simply outnumber and simply overwhelm the defenses of you. So that's kind of the idea there. It's a little bit of a side note, but it's fairly important, which is to say, hey, you have 1,200 men in your brigade. They have 600. You're going to do double damage effectively to them. You're going to roll 3 successes. You rolled 6. They take 6 casualties. Doesn't seem like a lot, but again, we're flanking them. We outnumber them. We have this advantage. We have this advantage. We have this advantage. If you build up these intensity scale enough, you can just completely rout them. And that also makes it so, like, skirmishers being into, like, raw mano-a-mano combat with, like, a line infantry is bad. You don't want to do that. Because the skirmishers are going to have smaller numbers. And by virtue of having smaller numbers, you're going to get more easily overwhelmed. Let's see, what other combat situations? Ambusher. We don't really need outnumbered. Overwhelming numbers, we don't need that. Fire. I guess we can do, we'll call... Chaos, disorganization, and ambush. Making warlocks something not arcane is kind of weird, but it wouldn't surprise. Warlocks have always been weird because warlocks can technically be divine, arcane, and primal. They can be a lot of different things. Like, my guess would be that Verd is going to be like Fey shit. That'll be my guess. It's going to be things that aren't divine, but diviner-ish. It's not. You're not getting this power from a god. You're getting this power from something else. You're getting this power from fate. You're getting this power from this. You can also get things like sorcerers. Like, what is a sorcerer at the end of the day? Like, is a sorcerer like, oh, I can use magic because my dad fucked a dragon or whatever? But they had to make it Evan D6 Eldritch Blasted unique like D's and does. Damn straight. We love Eldritch Blast, everybody. We love Eldritch Blast so much that you can trade it in for a Glock and it works just fine. Literally, you can just change out like what it is just change out Eldritch Blast to a gun and it still works. Right. How do we want to do this? While engaged in combat, the commandant, bring up the music. The commandant must be astute in determining the tactical and strategic advantages they may take maximum effectiveness. They may take to maximize their effectiveness in the field. Other times, no amount of observation or good luck may no amount of strategic foresight can protect them from the wiles of the enemy. When a unit is ambushed, they let's see. When a unit is ambushed, actually no, as I should say, when the Ogre Company has been ambushed, the units are scrambling to get into line and are not prepared. During this time, they require a full order to fully reorganize themselves, but until the end of the they require a number of orders equal to 6 minus morale. No, we want to do 8 minus morale. We require a number of orders equal to 8 minus morale of the commandant to rally together. During this time, they are not in fighting condition. Any attack against them raises the intensity by one step. Actually, no, we do 6. 6 minus morale, minimum of 1 for the commandant to rally together. So pretty much you have to burn in order to like get everyone together, which is going to take a lot of time if you're not really put well together. It's like, oh hey, it's going to take one order to get everybody in line and get ready to fight again. If you're completely fucking disorganized, if you have like 1 morale, it's going to take you effectively 5 turns to get your shit together, or 5 orders, which in the cavalry, this is pretty simple to do, generally speaking, because there are just fewer of you and you have pretty high stamina, but that's everyone dead sprinting to their horses, and now you're exhausted and you have to do that now. Not fighting condition, the attack yield intensity by 1 step. During a battle in enemy formation, actually, during a battle, ambushing takes on a different form. When a unit attacks from the concealed state, they will increase the intensity by 1 step, and reduce target and increase cohesion loss. The enemy of the target formation by 5. Normally, this will reveal them. but armed correctly can mask the presence, of force, of the mask presence of the. So the entire idea is you've been ambushed, something bad is going on, deal with it. If you're in the middle of a battle getting ambushed, they're attacking from being concealed. If you're being attacked from being concealed, they're doing bonus damage to you right off the bat, and you're taking higher cohesion loss. So you kind of want to know where the enemy is. You are kind of sending out scouts, so you want to scout ahead a little bit. You want to do this a little bit. You're trying to figure out what's going on. That's the important aspect. Let me see what I should do. This is a little bit important. It's going to be a little bit weird. I'm going to put in a very important note here. Let me actually talk about this. I don't talk about this at all, so I'm going to have to talk about it here. Pretty much. We love Black Flag. I love Black Flag. It's a flawless product already. You can tell how beautifully unique a game is by doing the exact same thing over and over again. So let's see. Splitting ranks. Splitting ranks. While a brigade or squadron, brigade or squadron is the operational norm. Sometimes the situation demands splitting the force. A unit, a commandant can freely split their unit into individual companies or groups for cavalry for better coverage. They are treated as a new unit entirely. They're treated as a new unit entirely, led by one of their majors. As new unit entirely, led by one of their majors. This does split them off from the main fort. This does split them off from the main unit, as well as remove a major from any assistance they may provide. While they may cover more ground. Film risk is plentiful. Individual units, these side units do require a minimum amount of men to be efficient, be useful in the field. They require a minimum amount of men to be useful in the field. Field ranks. That's not the most efficient thing to do. This is not efficient. It's like, don't do this. This is bad. You're splitting your men up with the intent of saying, okay, I feel confident enough that my men will be able to survive. And if you fuck up, well, Welp. Delete column. Minimum soldiers. You're gonna have a minimum amount of soldiers of, let's do Napoleonic. 120 men. So minimum soldiers are going to be 100. Maximum is going to be 250. Skirmishers, your company size, you're going to have a minimum of about 50 men, up to a maximum of about 100. Cavalrymen, you're going to have kind of a minimum of about 25. You're going to have a minimum of about 50, we'll say about 20 men, to a maximum of about 60, to about 50. These are your like minimums. Yeah, split unit type, line infantry. Because one of the big things too is they're obeying the same rules as your commanders. So if they get shot from behind and the commander dies, they may entirely break. They don't have a commander anymore. They're running. They're not going to rejoin your force at all. They're gone. So it's like, okay, you're usually going to be doing this to be like, okay, we have a flank off on you now, something like that. Let me do something real fast. Put that right here. Way may be the only thing keeping the men together. That does not mean they are immortal. Does not mean they are immortal. If the commandant is in danger, the commandant is in danger, then any attack will have the commandant. Any attack against the unit. Let's see, if the commandant is in danger, then any attack against the unit will have the commandant roll a 1d roll equal to their physical. If any of these die, actually, how do I want to word this? D6 is equal to their physical. If all of the die are odd, the commandant perishes. The commandant perishes as they are shot and killed. As they are injured and killed. Actually, in a ranged attack, the commandant rolls their physical ability, and if they rolls a physical ability with DC we're gonna say 3. It's gonna be 3x with 3x, with x being the intensity scale, intensity of the attack. Then a ranged attack, physical ability with 3. If they live another day. In in melee combat, the commandant rolls their physical ability with 6-1. You pretty much need a 6. That's, you can, as high as your physical ability. Actually, no, I'll even make it 4. We'll say 4-1. You just need to succeed with ability with 4-1 with every. In melee combat, the commandant rolls physical ability with 4-1. At 4-1, at DC 4-1, DC 4-1, at DC 3x, with x being the intensity of attack. If they are successful, they have warded off death. This must take place every round of melee combat. If they are in danger. If the commandant fails any of these checks, they have died. Heroically, but still dead. They've died heroically. If the field marshal wishes a more of a more dramatic game, then a small group of their men will drag off the injured commandant to safety. Of course, the commandant may always sacrifice one of their majors to die in their stead, but they must be a part of the. If the commandant dies, then the most senior major will take their place as the commandant in a bloody battlefield promotion. The unit will also take the fallen commandant's morale plus social in cohesion loss, representing the commandant's influence over unit. If a major dies in their stead, only the major dies, only their morale or social highest, whatever is highest, is lost instead. There we go. As I said, it's very easy to die in this game, and I wanted it to be the case. I wanted it to feel very deadly, because it was a very deadly era. Wonder, can I fit the entirety of the intensity scale on here? I think I can. I think I can fit the entirety of the intensity scale on here if I do a little bit of finagling like this. Do this, we delete that table, we grab all of you, put you over here. Mm. There we go. We do something like this. Boy, that allows us to get a little bit more room when it comes to the formation section, which allows us to do something like this. There we go. Yeah, okay. Save a page. Probably gonna throw an image right there. Okay. Hit the battlefield section. Cool. Coolio, everybody. We're doing it. We're doing it. Good night. Get some sleep. Good night, Mr. Y. Why aren't there more systems based off the D6 system? You mean like a D6 system? That's probably one of the most ubiquitous systems possible. Or just the D6 system, in which case it's still probably one of the most ubiquitous systems available that nobody ever really does. Because it's the D6 system. The D6 system. I've heard about it. I think I've talked about it with Gore, if I remember correctly. Gore was the one that reminds me of it. It's such a ubiquitous system that everyone's kind of drawn influence from it, but nobody ever wants to cite it because it's, why would you want to cite something that's so ubiquitous? Because then you didn't write it. No battlefield is the same. There are hundreds of hills to die on, thousands of miles on to land up bloody with the corpses of your enemies. Ugh. Is an Ogre company's home, and oftentimes it will be their grave. Company's home. Ogre company's home, and oftentimes it will be their grave. A battlefield composed sections called spaces. Each space has a terrain type and may contain a unique feature which controlled for a benefit. Multiple features cannot take up the same space. Each Hmm. 100 square meters. 1 acre square meter. Was that what I was trying to go for, like square meters? That's kind of weird. Why did I do that? We go for the idea. What acres wouldn't be the right size? Hex. Okay. More 12 hexes, dimension generic, hexagonal war game, standard war game counter size. We want brigade, 4-inch square. Hex grid, what would be the... Let's think, brigade scale, hex and shit. Hex and shit. Brigade scale. We do brigade scale. This would be the right scale. So we're looking at like how... Actually, no, it wouldn't be. It would be battalion scale. Not brigade scale. Brigade's a little bit large. Would that be? Right wing of the odd acting heading battle. Each leader is close modified. Tracks keeps each army's overall morale at the start of the game. Morale is high. Low morale. Gonna be brigade. We want a battalion scale. Battalion scale, hex and shit. Battalion combat. I'm trying to figure out what the ideal size would be of one of these spaces. Too early for jingling bells. No, it's always time for Christmas music. I don't know what you're talking about. It's always time for Christmas music. Let me think about what would be the ideal size for this of battalion size scale. Battalion scale. Like, how many men can he? Wouldn't it be an acre? An acre sounds like it's large. I mean, if we do the idea of like an acre size. Oh god, that seems too small. God bless America. It's 1.76 football fields. Yeah, an acre seems... Actually, would an acre be the right size? Look, I'm trying to visualize it in my head. Because like this is again Napoleonic, like 1,000 men, but you're in a line effectively. That's kind of the idea. Like you're in a line moving forward. That seems a little bit 73 acres. It doesn't seem big enough, but it also does feel like On one hand, it feels like it's the right size. On the other hand, I know it's not. Like an acre doesn't, it seems... No, an acre's too small. I think it's way too small. What would you scale this up to? Square kilometer. I might need to. I'm trying to think of like 15 square kilometer. I'm trying to get like just like the scale in my head would be ideal. If I can get like the scale in my noggin, I can get like a better idea, because I don't want it to be like, oh, this is too big or this is too small. That I don't think is the right way. I want this to be kind of like the right ideal size, and I'm thinking about what it is. Like 100 meters. 100 meters doesn't even seem like, it doesn't seem big enough. How many football fields is a kilometer? Fuck, I don't. I mean, if we do 100 yards, that's a football field. If we do 100 yards to kilometers, see, that it's one of those things like just like reference size, because you're looking at it be like it's not even 0.1 of a kilometer for a football field, and it's like, like what do you even like base it off of? Like if we use meters, if we do like 100 meters. If we do it like 100 meters squared, so it would be... What's a good... Again, that's what I'm thinking, like, what's a... Like, battalion scale, hex and shit, hex size. Hex size for traditional wear gaming. And Supreme Commanders, know about the side location composition of the enemy units. Copal difference, see victory in the west, Salerno. Everything is this fucking World War II shit. Do we actually have Napoleonic, hex and chits. I call them hex and chit, but hex and counter, I guess. What's your favorite? UK wannabe grognard. Never snow. Games I like preview. Never snows. Command. I have played, not tried Commanders and Colors of Napoleonic because CNC Ancients a lot. Napoleon's Last Battles. The first pub SPI back in the 70s. Updated. Cortez, Last Battles. Italian. It's probably 125 yards per hexagon. Okay, there we go. Each step being 100 infantry, 50 cavalry, or 1 gun. Alright. So 125 yards. We do 125 yards to a meter, that's 115 meters roughly. If we do it to feet, 375. Oh, fuck. Why is it such an awkward... If we do like 100 meters, if we do 125, why is it such a bizarre amount? Why is it such a bizarre amount? Fuck. If we do something along the lines of, how about we do 100 meter sections, so it's 100 square meters effectively of territory, roughly speaking. Or we bump it, we can try to bump it up. So if we do 125, if we keep it at, not kilometers. Kilometers is not the right answer here. They aren't big enough. Because again, the battles may stretch out to be fairly long, but like individual units, not so much. Like, and that's what the scale we're operating at. So if we want to do this, and this also provides a little bit more context. Let's actually, you know what? 200 paces. 200 paces, 2 yards. 90 paces to yards. 100 paces to yards. 200 paces to fucking paces. He's using paces. Wow. Which is based mostly on feet. So 500 feet, so 160 yards. If we use that metric, if we use that, using the power of math, we can do, if we make it the optimal, so it's like the optimal range, maximum, at a maximum range of 200 paces. Like, Jesus, that's way too big. No, we have to do like, How long were Napoleonic battalions? How long were Napoleonic battalions? Okay, let's do some. Let's think. How far across? Let's just fuck it. How long across is a man? How long? Not penis size. I just need how far, like how big a guy is. Let's think about this. Let's just think, okay? We're gonna I don't want fucking dicks up. Let's compare myself roughly. That's, if I'm doing my internal mathematics here, I'm looking about, let's say about 2 feet. Let's say let's say we're about, we'll say we're about 2 feet across. How about that? So if we do 2 feet across, 700, 1,200 men. If you do 700, 1,200 men, that means 3 ranks deep. We'll do 1,000 divided by 3. 3 ranks deep. That's about 300 men. So that's about 600 feet. 200 yards. And roughly speaking, you can hit a target a long ass way away. I never told you guys I mean, if we do like 1 meter, if we do 1 meter and we have like 300 men, so that's 300 meters. We do 300 meters to yards, that's 328 yards. You're gonna have a larger than you're going. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. We're not even going to address it. How big is this? How big is the space? Doesn't fucking matter. Multiple features cannot take up the same space. How big? Each space is roughly considered. Each space. But fuck it. Let's. I want acre 2 yards. Gonna work. Fuck! God damn. If we do half a kilometer, it doesn't work though. It's 500 meters, 500. You want to know what makes things complicated now is the range. These are the number of hexes, the number of spaces that they can be shot from. This is the issue right here. It's the number of it's the number of spaces. So reliably, I guess. I mean, if I say each space is a half kilometer, the problem is that saying that this gun right here at 6 at max range can shoot 3 kilometers away with can potentially hit from 3 kilometers. Which, if we do that, the problem is that every single gun, every single fucking breech loader now potentially has the possibility of shooting someone with a high-tech fucking sniper rifle if we do that. So we can't physically do that. If we do 6 divided by 2, let's say 6 divided by 200, that would be 0.3. No, it'd be 200 divided by 6. 33. Fuck. Fuck. God damn. Gotta look. Or I just casually ignore it. I could legitimately just casually ignore it. That is a very distinct possibility that I just say doesn't fucking matter, it just works. If I just say it doesn't fucking matter, it just works. How far can I shoot? Quarter of a kilometer still. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We are going to casually ignore it, okay? We're just gonna casually fucking ignore it. Nope. Okay. Multi-features cannot take up the same. Let's see. Multi-features cannot take up the same space, but are free. Search space allows a unit to become concealed, which just allows other units from firing upon them, which only with 2 spaces. Other locations offer cover while on cover. Okay. We're not going to worry about it. We're just going to ignore it. It's just gone now. We don't have to think about it. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep this at its own thing. Okay, so battlefield is composed of sections called spaces. Each space is terrain type, making for different bonuses. And so how do we want to do this? Base terrain. Base terrain types. We move the base terrain types up here. Base terrain space. Base terrain spaces. Desert space. Desert display and give no bonus penalties. Or maneuvers reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1. Non-formation terrain counts as heavy cover. Unit inside space is considered concealed until spotted. Rolling hills for suitable cover. Break line of sight. Maneuver reduced by 1. Charging costs 1 stamina per hill space. Move through a moving stamina. Requires 1 stamina. Moving into a hill, unit inside space is considered concealed until spotted. Actually, no, we're not going to do that for hills. Difficult first. Jungle. Thick, deadly, hot, and uncomfortable. Jungle is no place for a weak of heart or constitution. Maneuver reduced by 2 to a minimum of 1. Non-formation terrain counts as heavy cover. The unit inside this space is considered to be concealed until spotted. Marsh, reduced by 2. Cost 1 stamina per marsh moved through. Mountain, reduced by 3. Non-formation terrain. Plains, General's Dream. Commander's Dream. Water, into boots, it gets into uniforms, it gets everywhere, whether it be a lake, river, or other shallow body water. Unit, intensity of attacks. Are increased by 1 for the all defending units. Units inside the terrain. Units inside the space gain have +1 intensity. Have +1 intensity to all attacks. Because you are just in shitty locations. We want to do terrain infrastructure is going to be put right here. Right, infrastructure, planes, hills, planes, trains, and automobiles. We're going to do concealment. Terrain infrastructure. You are 3. Yeah, so you are. Okay, so certain spaces allow a unit become concealed. Certain spaces allow the unit to become concealed. While concealed. Unit cannot. The unit cannot be fired upon unless they are within 2 spaces. 2 spaces of another. Not be fired upon unless they are 2 spaces in within 2 spaces of an enemy formation, or they have been spotted, becoming when a unit can be spotted by another enemy, by a enemy formation. coming within 2 spaces. Let's see. Be spotted by an enemy formation coming within 2 spaces. Or being struck by blind fire. Yeah. So pretty much is like, if you get snuck up on and like, oh wait, you know, I can see you, you can see me. We're running into a situation, I've become spotted, I'm losing my concealment. It's like, ow, okay, this is bad. That means anyone else can fire upon me because they know where you are, effectively. Cover some other spaces. Can grant the unit cover. There are a total of 2 varieties of cover, light and heavy. Light cover reduces all successes by 2. Reduces all attack successes, all ranged attack. Successes by 2, and heavy cover reduces them by 4. Cover does not affect damage taken in melee combat, in melee or artillery fire. Cover does not affect damage taken in melee. Actually, concealment. We'll do concealment, cover, and yeah, we'll do that. Cover does not affect damage taken in melee or artillery fire. Certain terrain. Finally, certain terrain. Certain terrain makes it a cohesive formation. While in the space, the unit requires 1 stamina to switch formation. And increase all intensity of attacks against them by 2. No. Switch formation. While in this space, the unit requires 1 stamina to switch formation, which is a little bit. Which formation? Go. We do something like this. We make it stand, break it up a little bit. In the space now, in enemy formation. Weather. One of the most distinct facts in warfare is Mother Nature cares little for the desire of man's bloodlust. Every battlefield is a weather modifier distinguishing what it's currently like, changing the conditions on the field. Which we're going to make it a table. In fact, we're going to do 1 for the random one for the description, and 1 for the results. So we want this. We want to keep like this, and we want to. So it's the die roll weather condition on the condition effects. So weather condition: cold weather, hot weather, pleasant conditions, pleasant day, miserable rain. Actually, you know what we can do? We can, fuck it. We will do... Let's zoom you up. I'm gonna put our little example map here. Our example map isn't great, but it works for what our intent is. Which we go to our weather, which we're going to do... Merge cell, we're going to do summer conditions. We're going to do summer. Spring. That would be, not August, autumn. And finally, Winterland. Welcome to Winterland, my favorite holiday season. It's Winterland. Go to 10. Okay, summer. We're not really going to worry about cold weather. It's going to be just hot weather conditions, pleasant day, miserable rain, and then miserable. We'll do a miserable conditions. Just it's raining, it's pouring, it's just awful. We're going to mostly be breaking it down into pleasant day. Poor condition. We'll do poor conditions and then miserable. Which we go down to autumn, which is cold weather, hot weather, pleasant day. I guess we actually control V. We can just pretty much do that all that. Which here for winter, I'm just gonna do cold weather, pleasant, miserable, poor conditions, and then miserable conditions. Don't fight in don't fight in winter, everybody. Hot weather in summer is going to be a 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. Actually, we'll do 3 to 5 and then 6 for miserable conditions. You are going to be roughly the same. So most likely you'll just end up in kind of like let's kind of end up in this poor conditions. Like something's going wrong because it's just that kind of day. 1 to 2, 3 to 4. Actually, we want to do 1, 2. We do 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6. There we go. 1, 2, 2 through 3, 4 through 5. These are just kind of example ones more than anything. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We 4. We'll do 5, 6. There we go. We can actually do something more along the idea of 4, which would be the 5. Miserable day. Miserable conditions are like, okay. So, 4 conditions. Raining, it's humid, it's frustrating condition for all the men. All cohesion damage is increased by 2. Frustrating conditions. What a beautiful day for a war. I can probably reduce the size of this down a little bit as well. Let's see. Burning heat. Burning heat. So if you're in the fucking desert, guess what? You're gonna have a bad fucking time. Like, just kind of understand that, like, hey, we're in the desert. You're not going to have, like, a fun and exciting time if you're bringing your winter clothes to things. Because it's just bad. Which brings to, cold weather is kind of the same idea. Like, hey, it sucks here. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Every day I can feel my hand, my arm. The things I've lost, the people I've lost. The people I've lost, the friends I've lost. We want to do this, in miserable conditions. Truly a miserable experience. All cohesion damage is increased by 4. There we go. Which we could probably, if we want to try to get this all on one page, probably do that. Make it a little bit more. There we go. Winter clothing. Winter clothing offsets all the penalties. Fun fact, winter clothing is expensive. And it's also not going to deal. The thing is like, oh, it's cold today. Oh, that's fine. It's just miserable today. Sorry. It's just like, yeah, you're just going to take more cohesion damage because nobody wants to be here. Okay, so example strategic features. The farmstead, local abandoned, nearly destroyed. Bard's barn is considered concealed on the space and have light cover. The natural ford in the river, able to be crossed without suffering the penalties of being waterlogged. Stone wall. Unit's location, thick stone wall up to their waist. While not perfect, does provide light cover. Supply point. The unit has found a friendly, abandoned, or hostile supply point, allowing them to take any additional resources from the cell, regaining 2d6 cohesion. Constructed trench, they are considered in heavy cover and reduce all fire and reduce all fire attack intensity by 2. What I'm going to do is house fighting. Buildings. Actually, we should say forts and homes. There we go. We'll call it that. Should a ogre company? Actually, no. Certain features will extend. Certain strategic features enable it are considered to be what would you call, like, you're able to enter something inhabitable? That doesn't sound right. You're able to enter a building and like set up. You would call it inhabitable, right? Enterable? That sounds really weird, but I guess that would, like, set up what do you, fuck, that, the enterable sounds weird. Pregnable or penetrable? Pregnable? Like, is that the right term? Pregnable? Vulnerable to attack, not impregnable. That's not, pretty much like the idea would be like, hey, there's a farmhouse here, like an actual like home that somebody lives in, and like you can enter it, or you're on the Star Fort wall, and because you are on the Star Fort wall, like, you get the benefits as long as you are in there. And like, kind of what I want the idea being like, hey, you are in like a monastery area, or like let's say for example you're in a monastery, occupiable, I guess that's what, where you have the advantage of as long as you are in that tile, as long as you are in that space, you have really damn good cover because you're in a building and you have 360-degree kind of firepower. The issue is like you can't leave, and it does count as just cover. For you, it just counts as cover because so artillery can just bomb the shit out of it. Like if you stay too long in something like a monastery or something, dwellable sounds silly. Dwellable sounds like something like you would see in a fucking like a dwellable sounds like something you see in like a Discworld novel. Ah yes, Rincewind, what are you doing? It's dwellable. Ah yes, Rincewind, of course. Ooh, I guess we'll go with God. I guess it's one of those weird terms where you think like, yeah, I get like, is there a term for this? I guess enterable would be like the best way. You know what? We'll go with occupiable. I get, yeah, risotto. I guess we're going with occupiable. Okay. Certain strategic features are considered to be occupiable. These buildings are large enough. These buildings or locations allow the unit the benefit of to enjoy not only cover but also the 360 degree oversight. That's not the right word. Overwatch of the location of the area. If the unit is inhabiting the space, they can freely shoot in any direction of their choice. They can shoot in any direction of their choice and enjoy either light or heavy cover. Being assaulted in melee combat will still break the cover. But being assaulted in melee combat will disallow. Actually, no. If on the walls of a fort, if on the walls of a fort, the range of attacks, the range of the guns are increased by +1, allowing the unit to strike incoming enemies easier. Allowing the unit to strike incoming enemies easier. Or be torn apart by an entrenched enemy. Yeah, so it's like, you're charging across the field. You're going to die. You're going to die. Delicious beer. Got my beer. Yeah. That's why being on a star fort is actually very, very powerful, because like, hey, you have like 360 fucking degrees that you can do a lot of shit with. Let's see. Example strategic features, farmstead ford. Night fighting is perfect. When fighting at night, all units are considered concealed, but can reveal if they are brought to a light source. Ambush correctly, defending unit Increase their intensity by 3. Plus 5 cohesion damage. Indiscriminate hellscapes. I should add horrifying displays of warfare. Actually, I can put something like this. Put you like right. Chip, cheerio. Please get put in the right position. There we go. Which we can do. The horrifying displays of warfare note is: should a unit be in a space, certain spaces may be considered dangerous for any number of reasons. A flood. Let's see. For any number of reasons, such as a flood or being engulfed in fire. Oh, I can't see anything on my eye. Being engulfed in fire. If this is the case, the unit suffers 15 cohesion loss, and takes 1d and takes 2d6 and takes 3d6 fortitude damage as the men collapse. Are dragged away or just killed. Well, there we go. Certain space. There we go. Fighting melee and then shooting into the space will split the damage between the two forces. Also applies the cannon fire. There we go. I just want to get to the idea of, hey, these are indiscriminate hellscapes. You can technically shoot your own men. If you ever want to betray your employer, look at them and say, hey, wait a second, are you in an inopportune location? Like, that sucks. What's going on here, guys? Like, why can't I what? I don't know what? Why can't I just... There like a thing here? What? Why? Why is this the way that it is? Why are you... Why are we here? Just to suffer every night? No, I don't want to do that. I want to... Okay, I guess you're just gonna be somewhere else. You're just gonna be, why don't you just go here you just go there for now. All right, everybody, we did it. We did the entire combat section. Okay. All right, so I guess we're gonna do... Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, we have like the entire idea of the campaign. These are your basic things here. Let's actually see. We don't need you. We don't need you. 1, 1-1. We don't need either of you two. We just need light infantry, skirmishers, and cavalry for 1. That means 4 RQ for 1 man. Okay, change the nature of this. Let's do this properly. So, as the Ogre Company loses men and suffers attrition, they will gain RQ from their misadventures, resolving their equipment quickly. Get additional men by expending a similar amount of RQ. A unit of line infantry. Under casualties in the last conflict, need to replace 30 men. Must spend 10 RQ to recruit the men, as well as equip them with long-barreled muskets at 0.2 per soldier. Go back to high school. If I could do my fucking math. I guess we do muzzle. We'll do muzzle-loaded rifled muskets. No, we do breech-loaded smooth bores. Breech-loaded smooth boys. So, for example. I suffered minor casualties in the last conflict, and need to replace 30 men. The commandant must spend 10 RQ to recruit the men as well. Must spend 10 RQ to recruit the men, to equip them. With their breech-loaded smooth bore muskets at 0.2 RQ per soldier. Soldier coming in at, that would be 15 RQ. Actually, no, 30 times, if I'm doing 30 times 0.2, which would be 6 RQ. Coming in at 6 RQ. For a total of 30 men to be replaced. Would be a total of 30 men to be replaced would be the RQ cost would be 16. Would be a total of 16. You know, doesn't seem like a lot, but that's like, yeah, that's 30 guys that we just lost in a fight that we need to replace entirely with. How much is left? What with the spam of words? We were trying to figure out the correct way of wording something. Are there any TTRPG companies that just accept pitches like this? None that I know of, and if there are, they sure as hell aren't telling me about them. The only one that I can really think about is like Evil Hat. And the thing with Evil Hat, they want you to make the same shit over and over again. That's usually my issue with them. They want you to make Blades in the Dark and Powered by the Apocalypse games. That's all they want you to make. Because that's their business model. We put that here. Replacing men isn't always good either. Unit will gain 25% more soldiers from their current amount. Training and cohesion falls by 1 step. Should 50% more men added to unit. Our training and cohesion. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I feel like we need to. I'm going to make this heading 1, and I'm going to put this up further up before the campaign, so we understand what's going on. So, let's see. How do we want to do this? So, the big thing is like, okay, like this is how you like replace men more actively. So, but we want to do advancement and advancement and glory seeking. Splendor of the Ogre, we'll call it that. At the end of a battle, the unit will increase their cohesion by 1 step, allowing growing closer to one another. Actually, at the end of the battle, the unit and command staff, the surviving units and command staff will improve their ability and nature. Any unit that survives the turmoil of battle will gain 1 step. Actually, any unit that survives the turmoil of battle and did not shatter will gain a step of cohesion. Growing closer to one another. As they in the face of hardship. Should the unit survive a total of, we'll say, actually, should the unit survive a total of 3 battles, they will increase their training. They'll increase their training by 1 step. Their ability being noted and improved upon as they are drilled in the flames of war. Any commandant and major who survive will gain Spirit X, I guess, not Splendor. What would be a good, actually, no. We'll gain reputation. We'll gain reputation equal to a variety, we'll gain reputation, which can be used to prove themselves. So, we're going to partake in the battle. It's going to give you 1 reputation. We're going to do route a unit in the battle. It's going to be 1 reputation. Complete the objective. Going to give you 1 reputation. Capture or annihilate a enemy unit. Going to give you 2 reputation. What would be some good ones? Take decisive command of a. Actually, take decisive. Actually, seize the initiative. We'll do seize the initiative, and act aggressively is going to give you 1 reputation. A little bit more wibbity wompity here, which is like, yeah, seize the initiative. Like, act aggressive. act aggressively. Like, complete your objective. Waste your men's lives. Actually, we'll do even, like, lose half of their unit. Lose half of their unit. Is going to give you 1 reputation. What would be some other good? What's another good one? Actually, I know. Have a command staff member die. He's going to give you 2 reputation. This isn't necessarily good, mind you. Oh, PC without homebrew? Yeah, Toothless is an animal. That's not how any of this works. Excuse me, I need to use the bathroom. Alright. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Ever send me daughters when I ask for sons. Ba ba bum dum dun 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 dun. People are adding me at things. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Oh goodness. Let's see. Have the command staff member die to reputation. Reputation is everything to a ogre company. And that reputation is a mixture of swagger, bravado, pure mercilessness, and let's see, swagger, bravado, mercilessness, and heroics, all rolled together, To as the commandant, gains more reputation. As the commandant gains more reputation, they are able to spend it to increase their rank and the rank of their majors. We'll do this. What I should do is let's see. Unit may choose to willingly upgrade their equipment as well, spending the required RQ to outfit every single one of their men in the unit. If the unit is already using a weapon if a unit the unit has the option of selling back if they are able to their equipment at half their value. Option of selling back their equipment at half value. If they no longer require it. A unit does have the option of a Ogre company does have the option of simply hoarding equipment if they wish. Simply hoarding equipment if they wish, to be used to outfit their men at a different point, or sell at a better price, So Splendor of the Ogre, partake in a battle, capture, annihilate an enemy unit. We do sort of paragraph A to Z. Act aggressively in battle. Everything to an Ogre company. Rank of their majors, which we're going to add in this. We're going to add this. We're going to do rank, reputation to advance. We're going to do column right. Benefits, bonuses, benefits. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to slap an image like right here to kind of put things nicely together. So rank is, we're going to have major, commandant. That's where the most players are going to begin. That's going to be their character. We're going to do captain. That's going to lead to lieutenant colonel, which is going to lead to, if we lieutenant colonel, colonel. If I want to be a little bit, so we can do. And then we do the upgrade, which is going to be brigadier. What would be under a brigadier? Actually, lieutenant. It would be a lieutenant brigadier. And then finally would be the final one would be not anything else. So, reputation to advance, 0. Reputation to advance, 5. It's gonna be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 40. It's gonna be a pretty linear, linear advancement, but it is kind of like a you gotta spend it to get it kind of thing. So getting it all the way up there is a little bit, I should say, benefits, warrant of command, warrant of command, warrant of command, +1, +1 to 2 abilities, +1 to 2 abilities, +1 to an ability, +1 to an ability, +1 to an ability, +1 plus ability, second brigade or squadron. Second brigade or squadron. +1 to an ability. +1 to an ability. Actually, I should do third brigade or squadron, not brigade. That should battalion. Third battalion, +2 to an ability, +2 to an ability. Let's see, +2 to an ability, and then finally brigadier, control of +1 to an ability, +1 to an ability, 4th battalion or squadron. That's the main advantage you can say of kind of like leveling. +1 to 2 ability, +1 to an ability. One of the main advantages of increasing their influence and rank is the ability to gain more battalions and squadrons under their command. These units are independent of the quote main unit and will advance side by side and can be individually outfitted. Brigadier. Oh, retirement. There we go. Individually outfitted. You're not going to get a whole hell of a lot. Oh, Jesus. People are pinging me. Why are you the way we are? There we go. Alright, so we do Splendor of the Ogre, so that's a little bit more cohesive. A little bit more... Like, the entire idea behind it is that, like, you are like designed to be a little bit more like, I want people to advance, and like that's the main thing you're going to be doing, is going to be like, hey, I'm advancing my rank inside of my like this army, this pretty much mercenary company, with the intent of getting better and better. I'm not making a dedicated call here yet, but I am gonna do we're gonna do 1-1, which skirmishers. Actually, pretty much your soldiers are gonna be advancing a lot more consistently than you. But you're also going to be expected to lose a lot more, and if that makes sense. You are expected to lose people. And you're going to lose a lot of people, actively. Like, you are not going to get a lot of people out of this, and it's going to be very costly for you. There we go. As you can kind of see, it's kind of hard to just get men in a colonial expedition. There we go. The battle in progress system. Let's do the BIP system a little bit. Let's check the BIP system. 200 larger battle between 1,000 soldiers on both sides. Rather than track every individual soldier and issue, the battle in progress for BIP system will be used. BIP is the armor gatherer mass D6 depending on their infantry, cavalry, and artillery value and size. Once both have been amassed, they will roll to determine casualties and morale loss on both sides. Rather than the traditional 10 dice cap, the dice cap is based on 20 to compensate for the numbers. Consider using a virtual roller techniques to roll large dice. The number of d6 determine the combat value of both armies. Combat value is derived from 3 key parts: men, situation, and tactics. Men! Both sides of the situation will proud men and fighters for their cause, ready to die on the field for king and country. Each unit and each army possesses from 4 main categories: cavalry, foot infantry, skirmishers, and artillery. Rather than being split up like the in the 4 main category. Leading them is the valiant general, the skill of 0 to 10 representing his tactical genius and swarthy ability to lead. Most generals fall within 2 and 3, the most competent generals being around 4 to 6, with Napoleons and Wesleys of the world being 8 to 10s. Should a command staff and the army be slain by deception, chaos would surely erupt. General skill. So we're going to make this a funny table. Yay, tables. Da 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 da. Yeah, we're going to do the modifier. It's going to be the modifier combat value change. Actually, we're just going to say combat value. That's just what the value is. So this is going to be general skill 0.5 CV 0.5 difference 0.5 different per difference. There we go. 0.5 per difference round. I'm going to put a note here, a footnote here. For example, a general skill 2 versus general skill 4 would have a +1 CV bonus. Versus general skill 4, the skill 4 would have a +1 bonus, 0.5 plus 0.5. There we go. That's kind of how that works. Per difference, we're going to do that, which is going to lead to outnumbering, a crushing number, overwhelming. We'll do overwhelming numbers, major numbers, minor numbers. Something like we put overwhelming number. You know, we can do something like this. +4 CV, +2 CV, +1. We're going to do. I guess we can put in the description here. I guess now description. The general skills are compared are compared, and the better general ekes out a small advantage. Pretty much like this makes people like your Napoleons of the world, even though they have like this insane bonus, like this insane massive bonus. Should I get Hot Pockets? Hot Pockets are good. You should get Hot Pockets. Get Hot Pockets now. I want Hot Pockets. Pretty much like this means like the really damn good generals of the world can clearly get an advantage over their enemies, like a massive advantage. Because it's like, oh, well, you might have a bit more numbers than me, but I'm like 10 times better than you, so I'm making my numbers work a lot better. So it's like, oh, well, fuck. Overwhelming numbers, a 4-to-1. The army has 4-to-1 number, 4-to-1 numbers. 1 numbers on the enemy. The army has 2-to-1 numbers on the enemy. The army has a slight advantage in numbers. Like these are like pretty slight advantages. I don't want them to be like, oh well, you have a 500-man boat. No, it's not like that. It's more like you have, like you got clearly more, but not like a overwhelming artillery. Mass artillery support. +2 CV, +2. That technological superiority. 2. Go. We do this. I mean, I guess we can do a little bit like that. We do a little bit like that, and then we do properties, middle, center. There we go. A small microscopic advantage, but it's like, yeah, that's all you kind of need. 4-to-1 number on the enemy, numbers on the enemy, has 4-to-1 number, units in reserve, they want directly a situation. Army is attritioning, -2 CV. The army is undergoing attrition in the field. Cut off from supplies. They are desperate for relief or salvation. Yeah, I'm running out of ammo. Battle fatigue, -1. I should stop putting CV at the back of the thing, but I keep doing it. Every day battle continues. Both sides gradually lose the will to fight as the dead are rolled out to be buried. Poor battlefield. -2. The battlefield is not ideal for the battle at hand. Snowing It is disgusting. It is disgusting, and it will most likely consume both armies. Blood feud. +1. Blood feud. The armies clashing are not there solely out of obligation. There is an intense burning hatred between the two sides, between the two armies. There will be no surrender. There will be no surrender, which leads brother war. No more brother war. The armies are clashing not of their own volition, but of the desires of their leaders for their petty goals. They're just like us. Climate problems. -2. Mother Nature strikes again. Let's cripple the battlefield, which home field advantage +1. The soil runs red with those. The soil runs red with those who were born in this land, and will not give it up for a minute. It's victory or death. Which leads to defensive position. Defensive position is going to be 2. Disorganized army, which is -2. Come on, let me put it at 2. Disorganized army. It's 2. Naval invasion, which is -2, and then no retreat. Going to be a +2. And poor weather. I already put poor. I'll just put poor battle. Let's put poor weather under poor battlefield. Go. Disorganized army. The army is in no condition to fight. The army's in no condition to fight, either being a mishmash of different sizes, of different forces, or perhaps even being mostly composed of shoddy militia. Shoddy militia forces. Naval invasion. The army is landing boats and unloading troops as they fight on the beaches and fight on the beaches for a successful beachhead. Failure means death. No retreat. The army has nowhere else to go. It's a final stand. Do or die. There we go. Get the under idea. Let's see what's up. Are we gonna derail Notepad again? No derailing. Hey Notepad, what's your opinion on Best Girl Nero from Fate? Weren't naval invasions pretty difficult in Napoleonic times? Yes, they were very difficult. Quite literally, Lubu, what you need to think of, like, a naval invasion. A naval invasion was like you get on a bunch of dinghies and you're praying you hit the land. Or you just outright don't do that and you like land a boat and you try to like get to shore as best you can. It's a nasty experience for everybody. Nobody wins in a naval invasion. Best girl Nero. Nero is shit. Nero is is an F tier waifu, and if you like Nero, sorry everybody, you have bad taste. Except for the British. Well, the British had one advantage, McDrew, and that's called having the biggest navy. Oh no, there's a problem. What's the problem? Boats. Because remember, having just a better navy is usually the best way to win. There's the notepad there's the notepad gamer moments of how to win every battle, which is just don't lose. Yeah, just don't lose and have a better navy. As generals play for the moves in the day of combat, they must make a choice on whether the three main attacks they choose successful. And the DC will be 3-1. If they choose to counter themselves, the DC raises to 5-1. Let's see. As the generals on both sides plan their moves for the day of combat, they must make a choice of which of the three tactics they must employ. They will employ. In this trifecta, the victor will have a DC of 3-1. If their tactic is thwarted, the DC raises to 5-1. If both choose the same tactic, it's an even duel of strength. DC being 4-1. Pretty much like if you choose the right tactic, you are going to have the advantage of being able to actually like you're going to score a lot more successes, just in general. Each tactic also affects TV contribution. Protects the flanks, make cautionary advances when needed. Defense speed shocked, but loses the skirmish. Everything was fine until we realized we were playing Shadowrun. A Fate lore and waifus tier list. Fate lore is like one of those videos I would need like an extensive amount of alcohol to get through. That's great. When the dice have been gathered, both sides will roll their CV and count successes. Each success is considered to be one damage. Have you ever made a Fate TTRPG? Yes, I have. It was awful. Each success is considered to be 1 damage. And did it use Fate dice? No, it was diceless. That was the only way I could do it. Each success is considered to be 1 damage. Each success is considered to be 1 damage. At the end of the rolling, both sides will Both generals will distribute the damage. Amber dice list to be specific. Have you considered making a good Fate TTRPG? No. Here's my reasoning. Here's my reasoning for making a dice list. There's two things for it. One, the issue is Fate does not listen to its own rules at all. At no point does Fate actually listen to its own internal consistency. There is no internal consistency to it. I'm not joking when I say that, because you get shit like Lancer. I'm going to talk about Lancer for a moment here. Lancer's supposed to be one of the best, most horrifying members of the Holy Grail War. By far, one of the most dangerous individuals in the war. But there's a problem with this. There's a very big problem with Lancer. He has E rank luck. Almost every single Lancer has E ranked luck, which means they have super E awful luck. No matter what they do, the world will conspire against them to fuck them over. A Lancer has never won, nor will they ever win. Because life literally fucks them over at every single step of the way. You also get things such as Saber, for example, and not that Saber or the other Saber, I mean the actual Saber, the main Saber. Because you get a situation where Kitsurugu's Saber from Fate Zero is the same Saber from Fate Stay Night, which is Shiro's Saber. They are completely different characters, however, strength-wise, because Kitsurugu is able to contribute more mana than Shiro is. However, that Saber is also the exact same Saber from Fate Grand Order, but also not the same Saber from the other two, because Fate Grand Order plays by a completely different set of rules. I want to be, let me check are we losing frames? I'm not losing frames, so I don't know what your problem is. One of the major fucking buffer, like if it's buffering, Twitch might be having a stroke. That's a very real possibility. If you're hearing my voice, have no fear. Like one of the issues with Fate, like at its very core, is that Fate does not look at every single depiction of a Holy Grail War, every single time it's broken. Every single time a Holy Grail War shows up, every single time, it will no longer be the Fate Stay Night. Oh, sorry, Gilgamesh is still here from the previous war because we broke it. I also summoned a servant that is not legal. I summoned a servant that is not legal. Twice. Oh. There's a master who isn't even part of the fucking... There's a guy who fucking dies. There's a master who dies. Right at the beginning, before anything actually happens. Okay, that one's completely fucked. Fate Zero. What's going on to Fate Zero? Oh wait, everybody's cheating in Fate Zero because somebody thought it was a good idea to bring a gun. And oh look everyone, it's Ryunosuke. Wonder what this guy's doing. Oh, he completely surrendered. And oh no, look what his game plan is all of a sudden. His game plan is to literally kill everybody. Alright, that's completely disregarded. What about Fate Hollow Atrexia? Oh, wait, sorry, this is an alternate timeline universe. Yes, an alternate timeline, because Fate does deal with alternate timelines. Fate Hollow Atrexia is an alternate timeline with teams now, with characters that, by all metrics, should not. I like how this about Fate as in the TRPG, but I've opened an unspeakable can of anime worms. What does that have to do with dice mechanics? The issue of what I ended up having to do was that the power levels of Fate are so inconsistent that there was no way to properly represent a master and a servant in the same universe without having to either go full abstraction, and I do mean full abstraction on something, to the point where it doesn't even, I would have to be doing something like diceless anyway. It would be something like Powered by the Apocalypse tier. That was one option. Or I go with this diceless method with Amber Diceless, because Amber Diceless actually does handle completely different power levels consistently within the same system. And you have to do that. Because the issue with the vast power level nightmares going on, because by sheer technicality, a single servant can kill you. If a servant enters the same room as you with the intent to kill you, you die. There's no other, there's nothing else there. The main fucking character of Fate's Stay Night dies right at the fucking beginning, effectively. He fucking dies, and he gets stabbed. Someone kills him. He's dead. He gets better, though, but he's dead. Talk about Fate, the game. Fate, I don't like Fate very much. Fate is Evil Hat's proprietary. I don't know what you want me to say, because it's effectively a D3 system. That's the thing. That's the thing with Fate. It's a D3 system, and it's kind of not my jam. We didn't like it very much. You wanted to run a Fate game in New World of Darkness and Old World of Darkness? You can, technically. You'd be running Mage, though. That's the issue. You're going to be running Mage. You can do that, and there are some variations of the Nasu verse which you could run in Old World or New World of Darkness. The problem is, the one everyone knows, fucking Fate, is split between literal God mode and basic people and human beings. It's like you have gods and you have basic people. That's why I went with Amber Diceless. What's your opinion on splitting up dexterity into physical movement, manual dexterity, and reaction speed? Individual stat wise, a little bit weird. Individual like doing notes and stuff, that, I mean, it is, yeah, that sounds about right. A little weird. It could be a bitch to track. Why not just have servants and masters use different mechanics? Because different mechanics would quite literally be two completely different systems entirely. Because one is playing Exalted, the other is playing nothing. And I wanted characters to feel at least that they could work together. Because that was an important thing, which is there is going to be someone at some point who wants to play a servant but doesn't want to play a master. There's going to be someone playing a master who wants to play a servant, things like that. Wait, isn't that just Nautomons or any monster tamer? Nautomons, no. Nautomons uses the exact same mechanics between both the master and the Nautomon. The Nautomon just has a lot more stuff to do, but as a master, you can take damage, and it is entirely possible for you to rush up to the problem and stab it. Just stab it to death. Oh no, there's a Charmander, he's gonna beat me up. Knife, 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 knife. Oh no, there's a fucking Bulbasaur, what do I got? Knife, 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 knife. Oh no, look, it's a Lollapunny. Knife, 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 knife. You can just do that. If you want to build a combat monster, actual, wizard in Nautomons, you totally can. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. I want JTRPG and have a player play a master and someone else's servant. Then the problem with that, there's two distinct problems with that, McDrewsalt. This is inherently a competitive game. You gotta remember that. That's one of the most important things you gotta remember about trying to play a traditional Fate anyway. Where, as a master, I have a vested interest in winning. As your servant, I have a vested interest in winning. As this, so you kind of get into this weird position where everybody's working against one another, to the point where you do things to just outright just like hate one another, and it would be really nasty. Unless you're playing like a Hollow Atrexia game. And if I ever were to rewrite a Fate game, this is the big thing. If I were to ever like rewrite a Fate game, I would go almost out of my way to say, we're doing Hollow Atrexia. We are doing Grand Order. We are doing one thing. We're not doing anything else. We are doing like one kind, and we're completely ignoring the rest of canon. Oh, but I want to play as Shielder. No, you fucking don't. Shielder isn't real. Go away. Oh, but I want to play the Strange Fake War. No, you don't. You never want to play the Strange Fake War. Strange Fake War doesn't want to play Strange Fake War. We're not doing that now. Fuck off. Go away. Well, I want to play the wheel. We're going to play the real Grail War. Fuck off. You're not going to play the real Grail War. You're going to play this one the way that I wrote it, because you can't have fun. That would be my one thing with Fate, and that would be like my biggest issue with it, is that I based it off of Amber Diceless because I needed to, effectively. I needed to base it off Amber Diceless to make the balance work. And I've explained this to people, and it's very easy to understand, because people have attempted to write other games, and they usually are incredibly autistic, or they're like, roll a 1d6 on a 4-up, you succeed. Ooh. Yeah, with exactly 2 players and a GM. Yes. Honest to God, yes. I would even say, like, yeah, it's one of those things, like, another way to do it would be literally one player, would be a solo game, effectively. That would have to be it. It's an incredibly bizarre or very focused game. There's no really good way to do it. What makes mechanics stand out to you? Mechanics that stand out to me are either incredibly weird, that just like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on with you? Or tie well into its system. Tie well into what it's trying to do. That's kind of the one example, I would say Orune would do it. If you look at the square case, I can talk about Orune. Orune has a mechanic which is pretty much like you have to use your health to do as bennies, and it's an incredibly weird system, just fucking alien, and it's very weird. That really stood out to me, because I'm like, wow, this is really fucking stupid. I hate this, but I kind of like it at the same time. As for like, oh, we're tying mechanics and everything together, I would say, like, you think it's shit like Good Society. Good Society is not my kind of thing, but I enjoy the ideas behind Good Society, of it being like, oh, it's all about scenes and shit. I'm like, oh, I'm okay. A little bit weird, but I understand it. What's your favorite character generation in a game? Also, a magical system. Favorite character generation? Ooh, that's a tough one. Rifts. Rifts is my favorite character generation, because you can do just about anything you fucking want in the game. Though if I were to be a little bit more precise about things, I can't just say Rifts for everything, of course. I would say, of the games I've gone over, favorite character generation. No. I see games like, I see a lot of games that go over kind of cool characterized. I would say like the one I actually quite enjoyed, but it was the wrong game for it, was the Path of Exile RPG. The Pillars of Eternity, that's it. No, the Pillars of Eternity. The Pillars of Eternity game was actually really interesting, because it was like, oh, well, you're using XP to get levels and certain things, and if you go down like this life path system, you do get a really cohesive character. And it's like, this is really cool. The problem is, it's Pillars of fucking Eternity, and it was the wrong game. That was the entirely wrong game to put that in. The entirely wrong game. Like, it just was not correct. How random is too random? The thing is, it gets too random in 2 cases. I would say it's 2 random in 2 cases. The first case is you can create a legal character. If the randomization system gets to a point where you can create a illegal character, like a character that should not exist in the game, it's not good. It's too randomized. I would also say that if there is so much of like a massive shift in power or balance when it comes to like a single character getting genned up, then it's also a little bit wacky. Of course, that kind of goes with what the game is trying to go for. The issue is that you get some games that are like, oh, well, I've rolled a character that's immortal and amazing and is impossible to kill, versus I've rolled a character that is a dude. That's just a dude because of just random chance. That can get annoying. Mostly when it's just like, but randomness is fun. Randomness is fun for someone who rolls well. And that person is going to immediately take a piece of control away from other players because they're now a powerful character. And it's like, oh, I like playing weak characters. You don't like playing weak characters. You like playing a gimmicky character. You're like playing a character that, is kind of like funny and stuff that you don't care as much about. But when it's like everybody else is, when every single other person is like, oh, like being useful and you're not, it's not fun. You're just dragging other people down at that point. Or you go into the other direction where it's like there's one player who clearly has an advantage. Like, well, I'm having fun, so it's fine. I'm like, you clearly, like, everything has to now be built around you. If Exalted and Rifts are difficult to properly balance and run as a DM, yes. Exalted is difficult. Exalted is annoying to balance because Exalted is all about not having balance. And it's more about the situations you place characters in. The problem is, characters can become stupid and they can break. You can make a useless character very easily in Exalted. And it's not as fun if you just don't make the right character. Rifts is difficult to balance because you can play a glitter boy, which is literally a man in a gigantic walking death machine with a sonic boom gun that can pretty much auto-kill anything in the game, and a homeless person in the same book. That, like, to balance Rifts, you need to, like, understand, like, what you want to play and how you want to do it, and, like, understand, like, you aren't supposed to have every single class. That's the thing. You're not supposed to have every single RCC and OCC available for everybody. We're running a mercenaries campaign. Here are some of the classes you can play. No one's going to be, if I see you bring a glitter boy in, I'm going to backhand you. Oh, anything that doesn't have mega defense. No. It'll go through MDC very easily as well. Like the sonic boom gun a glitter boy has can go through MDC and it will fuck your day up. It's one of the best guns in the game. Because that's the point. Because you're a glitter boy. Yeah, the rewrite D&D. What 3 things would you change? Depends on which version of D&D. If we're assuming 5e. We're assuming 5e. And there's 3 things that I would do. Depending on my position. As a game designer man right here. As the real human being. And if you're playing a real human being, and you're cool and awesome and with no problems, the issue with that is what I would end up doing is limit how casters do things. You can still have Vancy and magic, but it's only going to be mages. Mages are going to have a lot of little spells, but not many big spells. Pretty much we're going to get a larger baseline with smaller up top. Pretty much everything past 3rd level, the numbers are going to get a lot smaller, but you get a lot more access to kind of like littler spells because you're supposed to learn things. But things like sorcerers, for example, get a pretty good, linear advancement of certain spells, but a very limited amount. Your dad fucked a frost giant. Guess what? You have access to only ice spells, and you have to work around that. Warlocks kind of operate on the same idea, but you have to rely a lot more on your patron, and they are a lot more about using their abilities with their patron to do things. This is kind of all in the same thing of just fixing caster supremacy, by the way. Clerics, Divine List, it works fine. Now, the thing is this, my second one, would be make marshals good at doing things. It would be something more mechanical that's supported by the game. That's the big thing. More mechanical things supported by the game. Which would be something like, hey, fighters get natural damage reduction, because a fighter is supposed to stand in there and take a hit and deal a hit. Paladins get a mixture of magic resistance and damage resistance. They're supposed to stand up there and take a hit and deal a hit. You get things like barbarians, which are all about going into rage and using that rage to do a shit ton of damage. You are a human battering ram. It's things like that. Pretty much like my first two major things would be make the wizard classes more restricted, make the martial classes do more of a certain thing. As a fighter, you should be able to go into a fight at higher levels and really not take that much damage, really be able to become a meat grinder. You are supposed to be a legendary fighter. You're dancing around the field. You're using things more like the warlord abilities. You're using a lot more different abilities here and there. The goal is to make you have a lot of tools at your disposal. Barbarian Fighter, you can split them up. I would say my thing with Barbarian and Fighter is that a fighter is a measured warrior. This is the guy who swings his sword 500 times to know the exact way to hit you. He is very measured, it's very practiced swings. Everything he does is very precise. A barbarian is a whirlwind with a knife and wants to stab you. There's no training, it's pure instinct. And you would need to reflect that. The issue currently with D&D really is like the biggest issue currently with D&D at its current state of being is that the best option for every class is to become a wizard. You always need magical abilities because magic lets you do everything. And there's never a bad option to take magic. Which goes to my final and third major fix for the game, which would be emphasize travel more. Emphasize exploration. That pillar should be a bigger part of the game, not just combat. D&D, if you really pay attention to things, is very much built around combat. We want to get the right equipment. We want to get the right gear. We want to get the right abilities. We want to get the right things. Like, we want to get all the right things to make our combat build better, but not necessarily our ability to adventure better. Not necessarily our ability to do things. What would you say D&D is the weakest? Would you say that D&D combat is the weakest aspect of D&D? Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. D&D, here's the thing. This is my hot take, everybody. A hot take from the Notepad add-on. D&D is fine. Honest to God, D&D is a fine game. Not good, not bad, it's fine. It does its thing. And it wants its thing to be a combat game. You go into there, you get the right amount of equipment, you get the right amount of stuff, and you're gonna start swinging at fucking goblins. The game's about. Like, it's one of those things where the other aspects of the game are so not factored into it, you can do everything you want in it. That's like one of the bigger issues. Oh, hey, I want to do my adventure where where there's no combat. Why do I have a fighter then? Like, oh, well, you can take actions. Like, the entire game is built around combat. If you really look at what the classes do, most spells are combat spells in some variety. most things like the Bard can do are combat oriented. Vast quantities of the game are combat oriented. To say that it's the weakest part is not quite correct. The problem with it is that it's the most bloated aspect of the game, and other parts of it are just neglected, or they are side stuff. So it's always like a mystifying quantity to me, being like, I want to play a non-combat political D&D game. I'm like, no you don't. No you fucking don't want to play a non-combat D&D game. You don't. And the reason why you don't want to play this, the main thing is, like, the main reason you don't want to play this is because the entire game is built around combat. And if you remove all the combat, you have a D20 plus modifier system in which everyone should play a bard. Yeah, it's shit like that. That's kind of like the issue. Also, you never asked my question about my favorite magic system. Fun fact, I don't go over many fantasy games, actually. I don't really go over any, like, fantasy games in general. And they're not usually my thing. Let me think. Magic system. I can't for the life of me remember. See, the thing is, I just don't go over fantasy games very often, and when I do, they just don't stick with me. Just because they just don't. And people are like, well, what about Mage? I'm not a big fan of Mage, actually. I'm not actually, like, the biggest fan of Mage. I like the ideas behind Mage, but Mage likes to fight you a lot. So, yeah, I don't really have an answer for it, unfortunately, Draco. I don't usually deal with that kind of stuff. Like, sounds like my D&D, all they want to do is RP and social stuff, since combat is fucking slow down with that group. It's, the thing with them, because the thing is, if you really look at it, there isn't much, like, social mechanics behind things. And if you really break it down, what are you doing? I want to make a persuasion check, roll plus charisma. I want to make a notice check, no, roll plus wisdom. That's the issue. And people love that sometimes, and people fucking despise it other times. It's kind of like how you play D&D, and it's like, oh, here's a 3-hour combat against a dozen goblins. And in setting, in game, wasn't 3 hours, it was like a minute. Like, oh wow, good job team, we spent a minute doing something, and then it's like, okay, we're done. Tangent like 30 minutes. Yeah, I can do tangents whenever the fuck I want. I'm me. At the end of rolling, with general distribute damage to their units. Each unit can Only committed units may. Another sunrise. The battle concludes and the casualties taken. Both sides make a decision to either retreat or stand their ground. Both sides stand their ground. The battle continues the next day. If one retreats, the victor. Alternatively, retreat is not possible. Surrender is also a valid choice. The enemy is merciful. Deserve to be committed and will continue until one side is victorious. Army side, that's when playing the other side, doing conflicts, finding legacy, advanced rules. Okay, so let's do. Okay, so. I'll think about this. I don't know how I want to do that. That's pretty much it, though. All I really need to do is just work on the lore, but I can do that over the weekend. Why are you, Ariel? Stop that. Stop that right the fuck now. Or not Ariel. All railway as God intended. You are all railway as God intended. Sorry everybody. You may think, I'm not Ariel, I'm gonna be something fucking else. And the answer is, you're not gonna be, because fuck you and the horse rode in on. There we go. There we go. Go, toil on the front, splendor of Ogre. Ogre Company. Ogre Company. Okay. D&D to be primarily going up the ending, simply smacking them and not doing acrobatics, flashy stuff. Yes, there's no flashy stuff in D&D. That's not the point. Why don't people just try to wrangle their groups play in anything but D&D? But if your GM already have enough with pants to play anything else, it's the thing is. The thing is, the reason why I think a lot of people are like, we don't really want to learn anything other than D&D. Here's the thing. This is the thing. I've learned D&D. I know the game inside and out. I could run this without thinking about it. My players already do not understand this game. They do not get it. I am the only one keeping this train together. Without me, it doesn't work. The game, fundamentally, they would not be able to play. So we've got that. I know it. My players don't. They cannot run it by themselves. I don't want to learn a new game because that means it's going to take a lot more time for me to learn a new game. And then I wouldn't be able to convince my players who already struggle with this game. Yeah, so the problem with D&D is that it's relatively difficult to learn in its entirety, so people assume all games are like that or worse. And the thing is, people have a terrible fucking time. A terrible time of they never propose simple games to when it's never the people proposing a simple game. Oh, no, no, no. They never want to do that. They never want to say, hey, here's an OSR game. It's pretty much like D&D, but it does a lot more cool things with it. It's a lot simpler, a lot easier. And here's how I'm going to walk you through how this game works. Oh, cool. Hey, here's this Japanese game. I think this looks pretty good. Savage Worlds even, I don't even think Savage Worlds is good, because what's going to happen is you throw someone to like Savage Worlds, and I think it is also about pitch things too. I think people don't pitch things very well. Well, in Savage Worlds, you can do anything you want. You can play any game in a pulp thing. You know, you got dice ladders, you got all that, and people are like, oh, fuck, that sounds complicated. Like, oh, Jesus. But I have to learn it, and they have to learn it, and the one of them is because bad experience with only wards and like the whole ordeal with Warhammer. Yeah, like it's that's kind of an issue, and I don't think people like pitch games very well to others as well. That's arguably one of the major reasons I do the little opinion, like kind of the little opinions have shifted their format quite heavily over the past year. From being like, here's more of my opinion, to more of like, here's a breakdown of the game. And that's the big thing. If you know a game that I kind of like, I am pretty friendly toward, and I give you a lot more information about it. Like, I try to summarize things as like quickly as possible. You think Sword World's a good game to get a D&D player into something else? Maybe. And I say maybe to this because if you pitch Sword World as it's Japanese D&D, they're going to think it's going to be something completely fucking different. It's not Japanese D&D. It's not. It's a very different entity. There's the similar DNA, but outside of that DNA, there really isn't much else. And I think that's like, I think a lot of people pitching Sword World, that was a big issue that people were having. Is that people were not pitching it as, this is a Japanese game inspired by D&D, you know, in its lifespan. It was like, oh, it's Japanese D&D, which it's not. You know, it's clearly not. You know, fucking now I'm remembering all those videos of 5e players playing fucking PF2 and pogging about how different it was from D&D. Yeah, I'm in a PF2 campaign right now, Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And it's funny how much muscle memory I have with that game without ever playing it before, because I'm like, oh, it's D&D. It's D&D with 3 actions. And it's like, wow, I hate this, but I can't stop. Do you have like a list of OSR games that are better or specialized well that allow fun games? I can't really, like, the issue with OSR, and I'll say this in the nicest way possible, the issue with OSR is that it's really dependent on the GM and it's really dependent on the players to make the game fun. Because the big thing with OSR is it's rulings, not rules. Remember that, everybody. Which is the GM, you're making a call that's now kind of like your Libra Franca, where another group might do something slightly different, and it's kind of the vibe on it's very important. I like Sin Nomine. Sin Nomine are pretty solid when it comes to their OSR stuff. I'm not a fan of Godbound, but I'm not a fan of Godbound because I really like Exalted. I hate Exalted, but I love it at the same time. I am the abused housewife with Exalted. They keep hitting me, but I keep going back. But yeah, Sin Nomine is a good company. People seem to really like Lamentations of the Dev Princess, you know, Lamentations of the Flame Princess. It's the thing with OSR now. I think the issue with going on with how do you spell Sim Nomine? It's in nomine. It's Sin Nomine. There we go. Here, I'll link it. I'll link it just for you, Lubu. For you, Lubu. Yeah, there we go. That's Sin Nomine. Good. There's also an OSR game made by the Ascendant guy who has created class rules. It's like one of the things is you end up in like the currently I would say, how do I want to let me speak properly. OSR is going to go through I would say a pretty radical shift in the next year. I would say in the next 2 years here. Next year or two, might be my guess. A pretty radical shift of which of these various factions, you could say, are gonna kind of split off to do their own thing, which ones are gonna kind of become the dominant OSR groups, which ones are just gonna fade away. Because you have things like O5R, you know, it's like, oh, you have the O5R groups, you've got the old school OSR guys, you've got kind of the, you know, the traditionalist factions, you've got the new OSR people, you've got people who can claim anything's fucking OSR if you try hard enough. Like the art punk guys and shit like that, they kind of fall. And right now, when you say OSR, you're talking about all of them. And I think it's kind of going through a bit of an identity crisis. Currently, I'm saying there's about 2 major factions kind of cropping up. You've got the new OSR guys, the new SR guys, and you've got the traditionalists. And I don't say like the really like hard to find guys, because they're either kind of like on the traditionalist side, or they're warming up to them a lot. And I mean by like the really hardcore guys, those are the guys like, if it's not directly AD&D, it's not OSR. They're more on the traditionalist side. And the traditionalist guys are you guys like Raggy, your RPG pundit, those fuckers. Those are like, these are like, you have to have a very specific. New OSR is kind of a it's a larger but much more diverse faction, if that makes it. Not diverse in a good way, I mean diverse in like very much competing ideologies inside of itself, rather than kind of like it's a smaller united front versus a larger kind of mess of. Let me see. Is there Tesla Dieselpunk Mecha TRPG? I know for a fact there's a Dieselpunk game. Can't remember it for the life of me. Or system that can allow for it while allowing semi-competent social stuff. No fucking clue for that second part. I know it exists. I don't know I can't remember what it's called. I specifically know that it's out there. But yeah, no, I think I'm not going to say like there's going to be a reckoning in the future, a reckoning for, you know, the OSR team. I think there's going to be it's going to be a split between different groups fighting it out for who they believe to be the right group. And I think that it's an identity crisis wherever you go. I think that's kind of the issue. It's going to be an identity crisis wherever you go. And I think that's kind of just a consistent problem, if you get it. If you kind of get what I mean. Fuck, now I want War God Emperor Musk on Mars. GURPS is, how do I want to word GURPS? GURPS does everything. And that's its biggest strength and weakness. GURPS does every single thing you want, but it doesn't tell you how to do it usually. What it does is it provides you a gigantic fucking box of tools. And it says, all right, you want to play this? Then build it. But I just, can you build it for me? No. Oh. How do I do this? I have no idea. I'm like, every single thing, GURPS can do everything, but it will always be GURPS flavored, if that makes any sense. No matter what you do, it will be like, this is GURPS. At its core, it's still just going to be GURPS. And some people really like GURPS, some people hate GURPS. I am, I'm diametrically opposed to it at a philosophical level. Like, I really hate to break it to everybody here, but I am legitimately diametrically opposed to GURPS. And I always find it funny when people just don't realize what I mean by I am diametrically opposed to GURPS. Let me just bring this up real fast. As you can kind of see here, this is Hymne de Ogre. Let me bring up my schedule, actually. If I bring up my most latest schedule, if you see that up there in the corner a little bit, you see that up top there a little bit, the Sprug Workshop, if you see the Sprug Workshop, just flip the Sprug Workshop around. Just roll it in back, type it backwards. I wonder if I can find the what if I can find the John Wick GURPS. I wonder if I can find the John Wick GURPS fucking green text. I can't find it. Unfortunately for me, I cannot find it. Someone actually broke down a scene in John Wick in GURPS. Oh my god, it's GURPS backwards. Yeah, that's how I built my entire brand around Lubu, is Bizarro GURPS, because I'm the polar opposite of them. That's my philosophy. Is this the John Wick DM book? No, John Wick as in like the movie with Keanu Reeves. The thing is, someone broke it down, and you need like 4 different GURPS books to do it. But what you can do is you can move through a hallway. Mind you, the entire thing was just moving through a hallway. And all of the very precise actions that they would have to take to play John Wick GURPS. And you want to know what? It worked perfectly. It was perfect. You just needed to calculate your micro rounds. As in rounds inside of a round. To make sure that you can use your micro actions to do things, to correct things properly. Because that's what GURPS Tactical Shooting is all about, by the way. Yeah, welcome to GURPS. But yeah, no, we're effectively done. Yeah, Eagles and Rifles, Hymne de Ogre. This went not smoothly at all, in fact. This was, in fact, nightmarish. This was truly a terrible, awful experience. Like, I am in genuine agony. Like this was just agonizing to do. For all of the wrong reasons, which I find amusing. It was like for who's pinging me? Yeah, GURPS does Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, shit like that. This was agonizing for all the wrong reasons. The main thing with Eagles and Rifles, the Hymne de Ogre, one of the issues was there were a lot of crossroad choices in this game, a lot more than I thought. That was like the big thing. There was a lot more crossroad choices than I thought there was going to be. And it was like, okay, I have to make a decision on the map. Do I want to have an open map or do I want to have a closed map? Which, any path I take, it's not like I can do both, because there's going to have to be different assumptions going on with both of them. and different amounts of baggage to go with different. Like, how do you differentiate units? Well, I had to cut units. Well, why did you cut units? Because I had to. If you want to make a grenadiers, you can make grenadiers, which I should add grenades. I think I do it. Yeah, micro rounds are a variant rule for more granularity. Yes, you can technically do 1 second rounds with micro rounds inside of them. Because fuck you. But yeah, no, Eagles and Rifles, I think the game works well. I need to do some things to clean it up. And it's one of those games that I would need to ship it off, and I need another pair of eyes on it. Like, I would really like, again, I'm going to ship it off to Osprey. What I need to do is I need to contact, or at least find out maybe where the guy is who did the other Osprey guy. What was his name? It was the where were you? Where were you? Sigil and Shadow, this R.E. Davis guy. What I would need to do is find R.E. Davis, you know, TTRPG, because I think I know, you know, I think it's just the Chaos Grenade. I think I might add him on Twitter or something, or, you know, like send him a message being like, hey, bro, like, hey, brother, like, you sold to Osprey. What's your opinion on this? Like, how do you, like, go over what's going on here? Because I would like some information. There's Charlotte, some more. Hi, Charlotte. Oh, gee. Yeah, no, I would just like to contact one of them, being like, hey, I want to approach Osprey. What's the process like, more than anything? What's the game plan? Because I am flying blind and I would like a little bit of information. That's kind of going to be the goal there. I'm not expecting much. I'm hoping, but I'm not gonna go out of my way and be like, hell yeah, this was 100% going to happen. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm going to hope, because that's what I can do. I can hope. If nothing does pay out, not pay out, and that's not the right word. If nothing does pay off, I guess, I'll probably just do what I did last time. Probably get everything set up for this one, and then ship it off to and then upload it to itch or something like that. Aren't you gonna pull the Discord for playtesters? Break the game. I mean, it's free. You can literally look on it right now if you want to. If you go to my website, everybody, Sprug Workshop. Wow! You go to the games. If we scroll down to Eagles and Rifles, to the itch.io, not the itch.io, I don't even have a location for this game. Wow, I'm a fucking moron. I'll probably upload. But yeah, like, I'll put it on there. But, like, I always want to throw it out there being like, what is the game? Oi, oi. We have a channel for this. Go to the Museum of Art. Free. Shut up, Ethical. I know you can hear. Shut up. This is not the art channel. We need Wisdom being autistic and trying to sell you a new website. I like my website. Thank you very much. It's very cute. It is my graphic design is my passion. The the website, though, I will say that. There's a few games that need fixing. the few that need pretty extensive fixing. This will still forever be my favorite, my absolute favorite. Title card is the Cruelty Squad, the Physical Sensation Edition. It's like taking a shower with your friends. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I do. A couple of these need some pretty extensive fixes in one way or another. Because they're bad and I like fixing things. Because I'm me. But yeah, no, if you ever want to look at one of these games, then do that. The full version? This is the fucked version. Let's do a quick check. Is this the fucked version? Yes, this is the fucked wrong version. But yeah, like, if you ever do want to check out one of the games, like, do it. I'm Metal Savior. That's the wrong Metal Savior. Will you ever do a clean up fix it stream? What do you mean like a clean it up fix it up stream? This is the cleaning it up fix up stream. Haha. The maximum mecha game. It's not like if you have to go to the itch.io to get the like the real version, roughly. But yeah, no, it's like if I ever do see something like obviously wrong with Eagles and Right, like obviously wrong with this, then yeah. If we get to a point, the clean it up, fix it up stream of your old projects, that's what the Reduxes are. That's the big thing. That's what Reduxes are. They are me going back to my older games and extensively tearing them the fuck apart. Usually going in there with the intent to fix something. For example, one of the games we're going to be going over is Nautomons. This is going to be the one after the next commission project. Mission Project 7. As you can tell, this is a fairly old game because it's way before I even decided to do a lot of this, and it looked the way I kind of set up games now, and it looks like ass because of it. It looks like complete ass. It's bad looking. Oh, we got Buttermer. Oh yeah, I forgot when I was doing stupid shit because like someone kept wanting to fuck the Nautomon, so I had to put that note in. Yeah, some of these just broke. Yeah, some of these are... God, this game looks like ass. Looks like ass, but I wrote it, so it's amazing. God, why is it the way it is? Why am I the way that I am? Yeah. How can we forget our favorite characters? Buttermer. Butter rape. Butterbara. And the extensive ways for people to die violently. Yeah. Yeah, my friend made this. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. They're all bad. Everything is terrible. That's what I like. That's why we need to fix things. We need to fix everything! Yay! The old projects were shitposts. The new ones are still shitposts. No, it's like, here's the thing. I do stand by every single one of my games pretty extensively. I stand by all of them. I believe this is fixed up. Yeah, this is Silk and Steel. This is the newer version. There's a few games that need fixing up, like, pretty extensively. Some of them are just really light and really tiny. I need to fix these ones up. I used to put in, like, different things, like, please follow me on here or whatever. I stopped doing that because I stopped caring. Some game, if we go to things that Notepad Anon wants to do, to give you an idea of the various reduxes that need to occur. There it is. Where was it? Not Anthrodesis. There we go. These are technically every single one of the games that need a redux. Because they're like 1 or 2 years old at this point. Like 1, 2, or maybe even 3 years old at this point. Like these ones need a redux. And like wait a second, I just realized Granbelm is officially 3 years old. Go team. Fucking Granbelm is 3 years old. Damn. Tits is 2 years old. Didn't even realize that. Fuck. The Termina is out. Termina is out, by the way. I can do it. How autistic is he's a Finn. That's all you need to know. What's Granbelm? Granbelm was a mid anime. It was mid as fuck. I was still living in my old apartment here. Yeah, it was a 2019 anime. You probably have never heard of it. It didn't do amazingly well. Because it was a magical girl mecha battle royale show in 2019. The plot was nonsense. Like, the plot was genuinely stupid. The fights were interesting. The actual, like, things going on was a kind of a dumb experience. Like, it was just dumb. But I'll give you a secret of why Granbelm dancing in the Midnight Realm came to be. I want you all to picture this. You wake up in the middle of the night. It's 3 a.m. You rush to your computer and you start writing an idea down. And by 4 a.m., you've written half the mechanics. That's what happened. I have no idea what came over me. Like, it was a year after the fucking show came out, mind you. I have no idea what came over me. But I just wrote this entire fucking... No, it wasn't even COVID. This was before COVID. That was the weird bit. I don't know what came over me. I wasn't streaming, I think. I wasn't streaming at this, I don't think. Because I started streaming during COVID. Because if I go to, yeah, I started streaming during COVID, like even a little bit before COVID, because I got bored. I wanted to do something. But yeah, no, this is a... You know it's rough, because there's no title card in it. There's no title card at all. Yeah, if you ever want like a weirdly extensive game on a project that nobody gave a shit about, I think I even outright stated, like, where was it? This is a preface, I think. Oh yeah, right here. Granbelm for all its posturing as the next Magical Girl franchise kind of falls on its face with a lot of plot holes and mediocre world building. I'm not going to say that's a flawless work. It's a 13-episode seasonal anime original. Do what you want with the setting. The setting exists to produce stories of young mages fighting each other for magical illusion. Have fun. Produce something fun. That's literally all I can say. It kind of exists. It's a really weird game. Like, it's a really weird setting. It's a really weird thing. It's also, perhaps one of my most, like, extensive mech games I've written. Can I tell you why I've written, like, this extensive fucking mecha game? No. I have no fucking idea. But this was actually the original variation of the beat combat system. I doubt Nope make popular modern anime TRPG only ones at 3 levels of schizoid. That was kind of like the weird thing is like Granbelm was like the original formation of the beat combat system. The reason I made it was because I could. I have no idea where the, I would call it inspiration, I guess. I have no idea what happened. There's no logic to this. I have no fucking clue. I just wrote it. And it just worked. And, but yeah, it actually birthed the beat combat system. And the reason why it's called the beat combat system, because they make this big idea in the show about having a, about music. Like, there's this big thing on music in Grand Belm. Everything is to the beat in some way. So I'm like, oh, beats. Okay, cool, this works. This directly led to give you an idea, this directly led to Euducius Lux. Euducius. I can fucking spell my own game right. Oh, didn't mean to open that up. Here was the eye. Technically it's wolves, sheep, and shepherds, but that was a terrible fucking name. This directly led to this game, which I guaranteed have one person who really likes it. Can I tell you why? Not at all. It's the same mechanics, roughly speaking, not exactly the same. White. Like, yeah. Gotta see this. Like, this one, I can probably go back and even redux this game because it's been a lot of. But yeah, no, it's like people like that one. Christian action tier. You're gonna fucking make Christian rock next. It's anime Catholicism, the game. Yeah, it's the entire idea is that you literally fight Satans and devil. It's Devil May Cry. That's literally how I wrote it. It's Devil May Cry, but you're Catholic. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Let's think. Is there anything? Let's do a quick check on something in my email. Let's go to my email. Oh, I got a reply on that. Don't need that anymore. What? God's. Bedrock Games sent you complimentary download links to multiple titles on. What the? What's going on here? I didn't get an email from anyone. What? 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 Yeah, this Strange Tale of Song Ling. Wait, Strange Tale of Song Ling is on here. Sons of Lady 87, the Ogre Gate campaign. What the fuck? Strange Tale of Song Ling for what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? Thanks, Bedrock Games. Thanks, guys. I guess. Cool. Unless somebody else sent that to me. Good. Thanks, guys. Fuck it. Oh. Ah. Neat. Go team. What's going on? They sent me a bunch of their games, I guess, to go over. I've been meaning to go over Strange Tale. Bedrock Games, before I head out. Bedrock Games is actually they're a company, they're a group of guys. They actually made a few games I've gone over, such as Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate. They just released it last year, so this is like one of their campaigns. Weird. But yeah, they went over things such as Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate. I actually have a video on Wandering Heroes. This game is pretty simple. It's a wuxia game. and you're gonna go 100%. It also has like 200 pages of fucking martial arts that are open for you to use if you want, by the way. That was kind of cool. House of Paper Shadows? What the fuck is this? Okay, this is the horror adventure for that. Yeah, Strange Tale of Song Ling was this is one of their newer games. Yeah, Adventures in Easy Quiz for Complete Adventures. Yeah, this is one of their newer games that came out, and I've been meaning to go over it because it looks kind of interesting. But yeah, it's this company. I have no idea, like, what the fuck happened here? I don't know what's going on, but it exists. I've got games. And they also sent me they also sent me this other one, Ceratorius. Become a powerful sorcerer demigod who can destroy cities with raining fire. Like, fantasy role playing, like late antiquity. Okay, guess we got another one for ancient era games. Go team, we're doing it. We're getting popular. Chinese, wuxia. More wuxia. Build a wall to keep the Mongolians out. Don't, build a wall to keep other Koreans out, kind of thing. I actually did a wuxia case. It's been a while since I've done the wuxia case. Yeah, I've done a video on Wandering Heroes of Ogre Game. I've done a video on a couple of them. Wandering Heroes isn't bad. It's a little bulky, but it's not a bad game. Did not like Righteous Blood, though. I did not like Righteous Blood at all. Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades. Did not like that one very much. And I was hoping like Strange Tales of Song Ling was going to be like the benefit there a little bit. I'm becoming big fan. People send me shit randomly. I have no idea why. They just send me shit and be like, "Oh, here you go." I'm like, "Who the fuck are you?" And like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'm popular now. Go me, go team. Yay. Yay." All right. I'm going to call it there. Godspeed, good luck. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. My throat is giving out. I'm going to make turkey burgers now, because I like turkey burgers. And I will see you all at another time. Let's see. Tomorrow, to give everyone kind of a heads up, tomorrow is probably going to be a later stream. We will most likely be starting the translation effort, starting the dewonging effort, if anything, of Umemusume Pretty Derby. Tabletop, TRPG, or Table Derby, as it might be known as. We're going to start anyway. To kind of suss out what's going on. I need to bully Sang a little bit and see if I can't get some of the stuff he already translated to get that set up nicely. As for Table Derby, yes. Horse Girls. It's anime Horse Girls, Lubu. Sorry. We're going back to the anime realm. But yeah, next week is going to be a little bit odd. It kind of depends on if the commissioner pays me. If he does get the payment to me, we'll start on it next week. If not, we'll probably do the preliminary and then the preliminary for Nautamons if he doesn't. I sent him the information. Everything should be good. Everything should be all right. It's just going to be it's just a waiting game at this point. So, yeah, thank you all. Godspeed, good luck. I'm going to go, and yeah, bye.